تلاوات شو كمان؟
او تشيسي طبعا.
يسي يسي
جو طبعا.
هذا كله من يسي هناك زينك وين كمان؟ لا لا
Hello guys, good morning.
Morning, sir.
Morning. How are you all?
Good morning, sir. Good, sir.
Fine, fine.
Yeah, I'm also good. So yesterday we have a left topic, you know that, right? Like non-ionizing and the ionizing radiation we were talking about. So we shall continue today with the ionizing radiation. So ionizing radiation, types of the ionizing radiation, the same as this non-ionizing radiation. So types of ionizing radiation in the sense alpha particles, beta particles, X-rays, gamma rays, and the neutrons. So this is the different type. So like previously we have seen UV, IR, laser, microwaves, and the radio waves that comes out of this non-ionizing radiations. So types of ionizing radiation comes with the alpha. So these are emitted by radioactive materials and cannot travel very far through air or thin materials. So like it cannot So same as if there is a thin material, especially, okay. So these alpha particles can be prevented by using any sort of like a filming or else any type of like a resistor, okay. So all these things comes to that. And then the beta particles, they are emitted by radioactive materials that are some penetrating. Some chances are there it would be penetrating. Other than that, it will not. So these are emitted by radioactive materials and are more penetrating. So X-rays, a ray of high energy electromagnetic radiation, light emitted by an X-ray set generator, very penetrating. And then the gamma rays, a ray of very high energy electromagnetic energy emitted by some radioactive substances. It's also very much penetrating. And then the final thing is about the neutrons. So these are emitted by certain. Neutrons, these
Hello,
are
sir.
certain types of radioactive materials and are also very penetrating. So except of the alpha particles, all of the others are very much penetrative towards the human skin, plus as well as to the other materials as well.
Hello, sir.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm here, don't worry.
Okay, okay. I think your voice is just like.
No, I'm here. So ionizing radiation comes with the health effects of ionizing radiations. So like what are all the health effects? See, since it's penetrating, right? Except of the alpha particles, others like beta, X-rays, gamma, and the neutrons, all of these are very much penetrating. Just a second. There is a connection issue as well.
Recording in progress.
Excellent. Okay. So acute effects of exposure to high doses of ionizing radiation include sickness and diarrhea, and then hair loss, anemia due to red blood cell damage, and then reduced immune system due to the white blood cell damage. So chronic effects are different, like acute effects in the sense at the starting, okay, like we call it as symptoms, right? So this comes with the symptoms, okay? And that's why you can see the hair loss, right? So especially the people, those who are working in the nuclear power plants, as well as this oil and gas refineries, okay? So there this plus the people, those who are doing the entity inspections, okay? So for the non-destructive testing inspection, there is one RT, radiography test, okay? So for that, especially it produces a hell lot of gamma rays, okay? So the people, the workers, those who are working through those highly like radioactive place, at that point, the people are starting to lose their hair. Like that becomes as the first symptom. Okay, especially for men. So that is the acute effect. Chronic effect is later on. Like if I'm continuously being consumed by these effects, it comes with the cancer, genetic mutations, and then finally birth defects. So next is typical occupational sources of ionizing radiation. So alpha particles, especially for smoke detectors and science labs, that comes with the alpha particles rays, and then the beta particles, science labs and thickness gauges, and then the X-rays, medical radiography, and baggage security scanners. And then the next is gamma rays, that is industrial radiography, and then in neutrons, nuclear power stations. So these are all the typical sources, okay, sources of the ionizing radiations. Typical occupational sources of ionizing radiation: alpha particles, smoke detectors and science labs; beta particles, science labs and thickness gauges; X-rays, medical radiography and baggage security scanners; and then the gamma rays, industrial radiography; and then the neutrons, nuclear power stations. So these are all the typical occupational sources of ionizing radiations. Basic means of controlling exposure to ionizing radiations: distance. So time, minimize the duration of the exposure. So the more I am getting exposed to this rays, ionizing radiation in the sense, the more I am getting the acute and the chronic effects. So I need to try to reduce the exposure. So distance in the sense, the greater the distance from the radiation source to the exposed worker, the lower the dose of radiation received. Shielding, the type required will be determined by the type of radiation. Relatively thin shields can be used to contain alpha and beta particle. Radiation X and gamma rays require thicker, denser material such as lead. So these types of like exposure, especially like those who are doing the what is it called, like arc welding, TIG welding, right? So those people will be especially very much precautious for these things, right? So while they are getting precautions, especially they are like they are, so especially when they are just cutting it down, okay? So they are cutting it down through means of uh like a shield, right? So they are stopping it, like stopping the direct exposure. That's the thing. So this is how I can stop the ionizing radiation to affect me, and then basic radiation protection strategies. So the basic strategies comes with radiation exposure should be eliminated.
Why you not off?
So,
Okay, I need only one question. Can I
what?
just off?
Tell me.
I want you to check for my make of 5 minutes.
What will?
ISO, I make off. Anything you want to remove, unnecessary thing.
Just-
Okay, just find it.
Okay.
Check, up and down.
Okay.
I finish. And then if we do surveillance, it takes now.
Surveillance.
Surveillance means what? Checking the order.
Yes. What is it? Yes.
Follow up or what?
Checking. No. For example, first time we'll do the certification.
I want.
First, same as,
Certificate is what?
same as we did for Anand. Okay. First is the certification. Second, next year we'll do the surveillance plan.
Surveillance means, you need to, what I would call, you need to check again.
Yes.
What kind of check it is? No, I don't want to understand.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. The second one will be the surveillance one. Like next year.
Yeah,
For example, now you have got the ISO, right? Implementation. Okay. So next year I'll check whether they are implementing it or not. So that is the surveillance one. And then again the surveillance two. Again I'll check whether they are implementing it or not. And then there will be the recertification audit. Recertification audit means whether their implementation is all good or not, whether we can again certify them with the ISO standard or not. That's it.
okay, but now I try like so. I mean. Let's check out.
Okay. Guys, wait for 2 minutes. I'll be back.
Recording in progress. Recording in progress.
इस भाई को साल के बाद आ रही है
नहीं फिलहाल नहीं आ रही वो कह रहे थे 2 मिनट वेट कर लो
Okay. Hello, are you ready?
Ah, hello, guys. Sorry, there was a meeting for me, so could not cancel it.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Anyways, now we shall continue. Okay, so same thing where we have left was the basic radiation strategies. So radiation exposure should be eliminated so far as it is reasonably practicable. Where this is not applicable, then exposure should be reduced to the lowest level reasonably practicable again. So exposure in the sense like whenever the exposure of the radiation is somewhat very much higher everywhere, right? So we need to try to control those exposure in a very good, especially for the nuclear, those who are working with the nuclear power plants, plus those who are working in the radiography testing areas. So those areas usually emit lots and lots of radioactive energies. Okay, so next is work-related mental ill health. So for the work-related mental ill health, it comes with stress. Okay, so stress, we'll be basically using this term stress, right? Everywhere, wherever I go for work, wherever, even in the house, we'll be using the same term as stress. Like I am very much stressed by this work because of this work. So that's where we'll be using this term as stress. Okay. So stress is a feeling of being under too much mental or emotional pressure. So the more I'm getting stressed in the sense, the more I'm getting anxious, I'm getting very much pressurized. So many of life demands cause stress, particularly work relationship and financial problems. So based upon this, the UK has estimated 13 million working days were lost because of this stress issues. Again, this connection problem.
Recording in progress. Recording in progress.
Okay. So, so next is causes. So causes related to the stress in the workers. So stress in workers can be caused by a range of factors relating both to the organization they work in and to the issues that are external to the organizations. So this forms as the basic causes. So the causes of stress in the workplace may be grouped under two categories: causes related to the work content and the causes related to the work context. So two work content in the sense, especially because of the task or else the job that I am doing. Okay. So work context in the sense because of the staffs, the people, those who are present there. So based upon these two content and the context, the work related stress arises. Okay. So meaning of work related stress, work content in the sense job content. Okay. And then as I told, so job content, monotonous, and then under stimulation, meaningless tasks, lack of variety, and then the unpleasant of high risk tasks, environmental aspects, lone working, and then the workload and work pace that comes with having too much or too little to do, and then the working under time pressures. So that is the job content. Okay, work content, working hours. So work content in the sense like working hours. Working hours means strict and inflexible working schedules. Like instead of 8 hours, if you are working for 10 or 12 hours, in the sense that is the improper working content. Okay. And then the long and unsocial hours, and then unpredictable working hours, and then badly designed shift systems. All this comes as the working hours content. So participation and control, lack of participation in decision making, and then the lack of control as well. So work context. So basically, career development status and pay, that is job insecurity, lack of promotion prospects, and then under promotion or over promotion, work of low values, low social value. So, for context, like work of low social value, piece rate payment schemes, and then the unclear or unfair like performance evaluation systems, being overskilled and underskilled for the job. So basically, these are all the work context that forms a problem here. So meaning of Is it? Yeah. So work context, role of the organization. So unclear role. Role of the organization, as I told, is the work context is totally related to the organization and the people, those who are handling it. So unclear role, okay, and then conflict roles within the same job. And then the responsibility for people continuously dealing with other people and their problems, and then the organizational change. Okay. So basically, with the work context comes with the interpersonal relationships. Okay, so work context relationships. So work context relationships basically comes with the inadequate
Recording in progress. Recording in progress.
Okay, so now the connection is done. Okay, so interpersonal relationships that comes again with the next work context. Okay, so inadequate, inconsiderate, or unsupportive supervision, poor relationship with co-workers. Okay, so that is the other work context which creates or leads with the stress, worker stress. And then isolated or solitary work, no agreed procedures for dealing with problems or complaints, no communications between individuals and management. Okay, so this comes as the work context. Next is the work context, organizational culture. So poor leadership, conflicting priorities, lack of clarity, poor communication, lack of support or feeling of isolation, and then the homework interface. So homework interface in the sense conflicting demands of work and home, lack of support for domestic problems at work, lack of support for work problems at home. So this is the different things. Okay. So like a different circumstance, okay, especially the home, like the problems that are created in the home, it could not be solved in organization or else the office. The problems that are created in the office, sometimes you will not get the space to talk about that in the home. So that is the other thing that comes with the work context, okay. And then there is the effects of stress. So stress causes a surge of hormones in the body. So these stress hormones are released to enable an individual to deal with the pressure or threats that are sensing the so-called fight to fight response. Like more of all, for example, if like especially whenever your senior manager or someone else, whenever they are like they'll be releasing their stress on you, and at that time if you are maintaining your cool then no problem, but if you are already stressed and then again there this stress comes to your mind, in the sense at that time what will happen definitely, like you will come to a point like let's see what happens, likewise you will come to a point, and then the response like fight to fight response, already there is a fight going on, okay, so let's fight, let's see what could possibly happen. So that is the effect on it. So once the pressure or threat has passed, stress hormones levels will usually return to normal. However, being exposed to stressful situations can bring about changes in an individual's behavior as well as their physical and physiological, like psychological well-being. So this is the common effects of stress. Okay. So next, physical effects, behavioral effects. So physical effects in the sense increased heart rate, increased sweating, headache, dizziness, blurred vision, aching neck and shoulders, skin rashes, lowered resistance to infections. So that is the physical effects of stress. And then behavioral effects in the sense irritability. You will be getting irritated so soon, and then the increased alcohol or drug intake, and then increased smoking, erratic sleep patterns, poor concentration. And then the psychological effects are increased anxiety, feeling unstable to cope with everyday tasks, low self-esteem, and then the depression. So psychological effects, these are all the basic psychological effects that could affect me. And finally, the increased anxiety. So increased anxiety in the sense feeling of unease such as worry or fear. Uh, Everyone experiences the feeling of anxiety at some point in their life. So some people find anxiety hard to control. Their feelings of anxiety are more constant and often affect their ability to cope with everyday tasks. So that is all about the increased anxiety. Okay. So feeling unable to cope with everyday tasks in the sense inability to cope manifests in an individual's depleted functional capability. So those affected often no longer derive pleasure from activities that once brought them joy or satisfaction. Possibility of completing tasks becomes unlikely. Psychological effects, low self-esteem. So self-esteem is a person's overall opinion of their abilities and limitations. Moreover, so those with high self-esteem will feel good about themselves and respect others. Those with low self-esteem will put little value on their own opinions, views, and ideas. So next is for the depressions. So depression affects people in different ways and can cause a variety of symptoms. So psychological effects of stress can result in lack of motivation, lack of commitment, poor timekeeping, increased in mistakes, all these things like more and more I'll be doing what is it called, like more and more I'll be repeating the mistake, the same mistakes, because once if I am felt in depression, okay, and then increase in sickness absence, poor decision making as well as poor planning. So because of the depression, these are all the psychological effects that I will be facing. Next is depression. Psychological effects on relationship to work may such as tension between colleagues or supervisors, poor service of to clients, and then deterioration in industrial relations, increase in disciplinary problems. So this is about the depression. So control measures for this depression are basically like demand, control, support, work relationship, role, and change. So this is for the control measures for in order to prevent the other depression effects. Okay, like control measures for those depressions. So demand for the control measure to meet this include balancing the demands of the work. Jawad Ali, if you want to talk anything, switch off your mics and talk. So
Recording in progress.
So control measures basically comes to meet this include like consider reducing the effects of repetitive and monotonous work for job rotation. So I need to control to do this job rotation works continuously. Okay. And then the encouraging workers to use their skills and initiative to do the work, plus encouraging workers to develop new skills to enable them to do more challenging or new work. Like if there is any new work that is going to be given in the sense, just encourage them that yeah, you can do it like this. Like motivation is what everyone requires. So providing workers with opportunity to influence when breaks are taken, and then consulting workers regarding to the work patterns. So these things has to be done, especially for control measures to stop this depression. So control measures to meet this include encouraging the participants to workers in improving the improving the work, plus providing mechanisms where workplace problems can be discussed. And then how to manage your stress. Most of all, the first thing what I could do is avoiding that situation itself. First of all, eliminate that situation. Just avoid that stressful situation. Okay. But every time I cannot work just like that, right? So sometimes, some of the times, I need to be involved with the stressful situations as well. So avoid the extremes, set realistic goals, and then manage how stress affects you. Change how you see the situation, change how you react to the stress, set priorities, and then take control of the situation. Discover new relaxation techniques, figure out what's most important. So basically, if I'm undergoing through all these things, then the stress could be managed. And then the next is support and the work relationship. So controls and measures to meet this include providing systems to inform workers of important issues, establish policies and procedures, providing systems that enable and encourage managers to identify where workers need support, providing systems that enable and encourage managers to provide support to workers, and then encouraging co-workers to support each other, ensuring workers understand what resources and support are available, providing regular constructive feedback to the workers. So this is how the through the support I could try to control this depression. So control measures to meet this include for the work relationship, promote positive behavior. So the more positive behavior I am promoting, the more could be the like control measure. Okay. So I need to promote more positive control measure. Okay. Establish policies and procedures that resolve unacceptable behavior. Encourage managers to deal with unacceptable behavior. Encourage workers to report unacceptable behavior. Establish policies that treat workers equally. Establish systems that ensure communication with managers and workers. Establish systems that ensure involvement and consultation. So basically, all these things forms as the control measures for. Next is the stress prevention at work checkpoints. So role control measure to meet this include ensure workers have the knowledge, skill, and experience to conduct their role, ensure role requirements are compatible, ensure role requirements are clear, ensure workers and their managers understand the role and responsibilities, provide systems to enable workers to raise concerns about the uncertainty or conflict. This is the control measures to do. Change. So next is for the change measures. So control measures to meet this include provide workers with timely information to help them understand the change, reasons for it, and timing of effects, and then ensure worker consultation and propose changes. Provide workers with the information or likely impact of change on their jobs. Provide training and support through the period of change. So that we can do for the change. In addition to the six main factors, there are a number of general control measures, including introducing a stress policy, like same as the health and safety policy. You can also include a stress policy, and then providing training and support at all levels within an organization, recognizing good work performance and responding to poor performance to ensure equality of treatment, addressing the issue of work-life balance, promoting general health and well-being awareness initiatives. So stress basically comes with symptoms, causes, and controls. So symptoms, you can control it with health, behavior, mental and physical. Causes, work and home. Controls are demand personal control, support relationship, change, and the role. So this is all about the stress in summary. Next is violence at work. So risk factors relating to violence at work. People who deal directly with the public uh, may face aggressive violent behavior, especially those who are in the call centers, the people those who are working in the call centers. So in addition, it is necessary to consider possible violence between co-workers. Time pressures to complete the job can result in a lot of pressure on workers to work quickly and without error. So verbal abuse and threats are the most common type of incident. Physical attacks are comparatively rare. Those professionals those professions come most at risk are engaged in carrying education, cash handling, and representing authority. So that's for the risk factors relating to the violence at work. So risk factors relating to violence at work are the position of people holds, the nature of the work, the location of the work, and then the time of working. So the most common risk factors relating to violence are the position of people hold, sorry, or a person hold, the nature of the work, the location of the work, the time of working, alcohol and drugs, the availability of weapons. So these are all the most common risk factors relating to the violence. So next is determining the size of a problem. So employer should ask workers informally through managers and health and safety representatives. Encourage workers to report all incidents and keep detailed records. Classify all incidents according to their actual or potential severity of outcome. And then try to predict what might happen and how violence may arise. So control measures to reduce risk from violence at work. Again, same as the policy for the stress. Again, you are going to use the policy for violence at work, and then determine control relevant to the risk. Monitor dealing with incidents. So control measures to reduce risk from violence at work policy. So the policy for dealing with violence should be written into the safety policy statement. All workers must be aware of the policy. Will encourage workers to cooperate with the policy and report further incidents. So that's for the policy. Control measures to reduce risk for violence at work. Determine controls relevant to the risk. First of all, I need to determine what are all the controls that I should implement along with the work. So employer should provide a means of raising the alarm. So first thing, raising the alarm. Whenever there is a conflict within the organization, there must be an alarm raised. Next, brief workers on problems, provide information, set up policy of alcohol and substance misuse, set up procedure for reporting any occurrences, identify who might be harmed and how. So these are all the things that an employer must do. Identify who is most vulnerable, train workers to recognize easy signs, and then provide counseling, and then consider relocation of perpetrators. Consider the ambience environment in terms of color, lighting, seating, space, and even the type of background music. And then provide warning signs that violence will not be tolerated. And also instruct them about the penalties. So control measures to reduce risk for violence at work. Determine controls relevant to the risk. Employers should remove any items considered to be used as a weapon. And then improve the security, redesign the job, check arrangements of lone workers, vary the working routine, arrange safe transport for or secure car parking for late night workers. So By this, I could try to control the relevant amount of risk. Okay. And then control measures to reduce risk from violence at work, monitor. So basically, it's a supervisor task, right? So check regularity to see if the arrangements are working. So whatever the arrangements has been made, I need to just evaluate whether it's working good or not. So consult with workers and their health and safety representatives. So if violence is still a problem, review work practices and the risk controls. Next is control measures to reduce risk from violence at work, dealing with incidents. So, if a violent incident occurs in the workplace, it is necessary to consider the following: debriefing. Victims might need to talk through their experience as soon as possible. Time of work. Individuals may need differing times to recover. Support. In some cases, victims might need counseling. Consider a phased return to work. And then the legal help. Legal assistance may be appropriate in serious cases. Other workers may need guidance or counseling to help them react appropriately. So this is how I need to deal with the incidents. Substances abuse at work, especially the alcohol. Now, this is the last topic for it. So substances misuse at work comes with the like types of substances misused at work. Most of all, risk to health and safety from substances misused at work. Control measures to reduce risk from substances at work. So, like types of substances misused at work are many substances do not have to be taken at work to have an effect, especially like significant effects on the health and safety of the worker are those affected by the work. And then the organization must take the issue or substances misuse seriously. So, especially in high risk activities such as chemical, nuclear construction, and transport, etc. Substances that may affect a worker's ability to work safely are alcohol, legal or illegal drugs, and then the solvents. So, types of substances misused at work are alcohol. So, alcohol, even at low level of consumption, the body is affected by alcohol, reducing reaction time and impeding coordination. So, it also affects thinking, judgment, and mood, so can have a significant effect on behavior when conducting routine work. Large amounts in one session can put a strain on the body's function, in particular the liver, and then can also affect muscle functions and stamina. Drinking alcohol raises the drinker's blood pressure. Excessive alcohol consumption can increase the risk of coronary heart disease. Like what could the alcohol give you? Like the effects of alcohol, most of all, it will give the physical effects plus the chronic effects, plus it will damage your liver, your kidney, everywhere. We all know this, right? So legal or illegal drugs. The consumption of drugs are basically comes under the two categories, legal and illegal. Okay, so legal drugs include those that are prescribed by a medical practitioner and those obtained without prescriptions by a pharmacy. Access to drugs with or without prescription varies in different countries. So legal drugs, that is so antihistamines used to treat allergic reactions may cause drowsiness and impaired thinking. Drug prescribed to treat depression, antidepressants, can also slow reaction speed. And also, they have a number of common effects that could affect the health and safety of workers: drowsiness, dizziness, unsteadiness, confusion, lightheadedness, and the memory loss also. So, legal drugs, antihistamines used to treat allergic reaction, drugs prescribed to treat depression. There are a number of common effects that could affect the health and safety of workers: drowsiness, dizziness, unsteadiness, confusion, lightheadedness, and memory loss. So this is for the legal and illegal drugs.
Recording in progress.
Next is illegal drugs. Depressants include heroin, opium, morphine, and codeine. So, stimulants like amphetamines and cocaine, etc., make people feel move lively, awake, energetic, and confident as well. So solvents are readily available in the form of paints, varnishes, inks, glues, arsenals, and degreasing agents, particularly in the workplace. Different solvents can affect an individual in different ways. Like when an individual is exposed to the solvent vapors in low concentration, they tend to cause nausea, headache, dizziness, and lightheadedness. So when higher concentration of vapors are involved, they can cause unconsciousness or even death. It may lead even to the death. So solvents are readily available in form of paint, varnishes, inks. So where higher concentration or vapors are involved, they can cause unconscious, like people would be unconscious or else even death. So like whiteners, inks, and then what is it like permanent marker. So for all these things comes with a different state. So usually you will be dead because of this toxic solvents there. So different solvents can affect an individual in different ways, but in particular, the central nervous system is readily affected by breathing in solvent vapors. When an individual is exposed to solvent vapors in low concentration, they tend to cause nausea, headache, dizziness, and headedness. Types of substances misused at work. Okay, so the risk to the health and safety for substances misuse at work. The regular use of substances is becoming increasingly common in some societies. People who start consuming alcohol or drugs usually have a nil or low dependency and do so for recreating reasons. Yes, sir. Okay. So okay, so risk to health and safety for substances misuse at work, like sudden mood changes, unusual irritability or aggression, tendency towards confusion, fluctuations in concentration and energy, impaired job performance, poor timekeeping, increased sickness, deterioration in relationship, dishonesty, and theft. So almost these are all the risks to the health and safety. Like if there is the substance misuse at work in the sense, next will be the effects on the health and safety include. So what is the effects? So what is the effects of it? So poor coordination and balance, and then poor attitude, lack of adherence to rules, and then increased risk of violence, overall state of poor health, including fatigue, poor concentration and stress, and then increased likelihood of transport incidents, and then reduction in work rate, which may encourage risk taking when catching up. ஆக்சஸ் ஆர்னா செக் பண்ணாது கரெக்ஷன் பண்றது நம்ம பண்ணதே இல்லை இது வரைக்கும். அது பட்டும்னா அது என்ன என்ன எதுக்கு நம்ம ஆக்சஸ் எதை நம்ம செக் பண்ணணும்? நம்ம டீச்சருக்கெல்லாம் ட்ரைனிங்கே பண்ணலப்பா, நம்ம பண்ற ஹெல்த் அண்ட் சேஃப்டிப்பா. அப்படியா? ஆக்சஸ் ட்ரைனிங், ஆக்சஸ் ட்ரைனிங் என்ன ட்ரைனிங்? அதான் அவங்க என்ன ட்ரைனிங் கொடுத்தாங்கன்னு சொல்லி, இதுக்கு முன்னாடி 2022 என்ன ட்ரைனிங் கொடுத்துருக்கோம்? இது சரி. Okay, so control measures to reduce the risk and from substances at work. The use of substances like alcohol and drugs is a personal choice. Like it's a personal, but when you are going to an organization, then it comes as a different circumstance, right? So we need to totally avoid the consumption of drugs or alcohol, especially whenever you are working, okay? Or else the appropriate charges be filed. So employers should have a policy to deal with the issue should it start to impact on the workers' performance. Control measures should be introduced to eliminate or reduce the risk of people being injured or harmed at work. So control measures, final, this is the last thing. Control measures to reduce the risk for substances at work. It may include developing a substance misuse policy and then communicating the policy, encouraging management to support the policies, provide information and training, reduce influence of factors that may lead to stress or fatigue, and then provide suitable arrangements for breaks, increase supervision to groups more at risk for substance misuse, provide access to rehabilitation, advice, counseling or support groups, and then the disciplinary procedures. Yeah, so. தெரியவே இல்லை நான் பண்ணியிருக்கேன் பாரு. Organization change management தான். இது வந்து எப்படி சொல்ல, இது வந்து ISO இல்லைன்னா ட்ரைனிங் என்னவே ஆகல. ஸ்பெசிஃபிக்கா இது பண்ண கேட்கறாங்க. பட் இந்த ட்ரைனிங் நம்ம பண்ணாம வந்து ISO அவேர்னஸ் தான் பண்றோம். இது அவன் ஸ்பெசிஃபிக்கா யூரோப்பியன் ஸ்டாண்டர்டு கேட்கறான். யூரோப்பியன் ஸ்டாண்டர்டே நம்ம எங்க போவாது. அப்படியா? ஷுவரா? அதுதான் நீ தப்பு பண்றாது இல்லையா? ப்ரொஃபைல் இருக்கிறது எல்லாமே நம்ம பண்றோமா இல்லைன்னு எனக்கு தெரியல. நம்ம ப்ரௌசர்ல இருக்கோம். அதுதான் நம்ம பண்றோம். அப்படியா? எனக்கு அப்படின்னா அந்த நான் ஜெனி கிட்ட கேட்கிறேன், இந்த ட்ரைனிங் நம்ம பண்ணியிருக்கோமா அப்படின்ட்டு. ஏன்னா அவன் தான் ரொம்ப வருஷமா இருக்கான் ட்ரைனிங் பண்ண. அப்படியா? நான் செக் பண்ணணும். சரி பண்ணலாம். சரி நல்லா. ஆமா, என்னன்னு தெரியல, ஒரே தும்மலா இருக்கு. அதான் அதுதான் பிரச்சனை. எது ஒரு லேப்? எந்த லேப்? நம்ம பட்டுமா? சரி சரி. ஷார்ட்கட்டா? இது எதுவா? ஜூமா? அது அது அந்த டெக்னிக் தான் யூஸ் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கு. இல்ல அன்னைக்கு இது அப்போ இப்ப அதுதான் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கு. ஒரு லேப்ல 2 இது யூஸ். அதே அப்படிதான். ஆமா, 2 மணி வரைக்கும். சரி சரி. Okay, so by this, the element number 5 comes to an end. What is it? Physical and psychological health. So next, I guess it will be musculoskeletal. Okay. Next is the musculoskeleton. Musculoskeleton is somewhat like an easy topic only. Okay. most commonly this musculoskeletal health is very much easy. So let's check it. Okay, so let's look on to the element number 6, musculoskeleton. Very easy topic only. Okay, so musculoskeletal health basically comes with 4 learning outcomes. So work related upper limb disorder. So you know that WRULDS. Uh, sorry. Okay. So WRULDS. So work related upper limb disorder is the first thing. So how does this occur? Explain the hazards and control measures which should be considered when accessing risks from manual handling activities. That's the second thing. And then explain the hazards and controls to reduce the risk in the use of lifting and moving equipment with specific reference to manually operated uh, load moving equipment. So that is the third thing. And then explain the hazards and the precautions and procedures to reduce the risk in the use of lifting and moving equipment with specific reference to powered load handling equipment. So that is the fourth. So total of 4 topics we are going to learn here for the musculoskeleton element number 6. So first thing, work related WRULDS, work related upper limb disorder. Okay. Musculoskeletal disorders comes with different types. See, work-related upper limb disorder (MSDS). So basically, it comes with the typical effect like muscles, joints, tendons, ligaments. Okay, so nerves, bones, the localized blood circulation system, everything. So this is the typical effect. So it affects all of these areas in a wholesome way. So joints, muscles, tendons, ligaments, nerves, bones. So the localized blood circulation system, main areas affected are back, neck, shoulders, upper limb. So these are all the main areas that are most of all affected by this musculoskeletal disorder. So work related upper limb disorder, WRULD, is a generic term for a group of disorders that affect the neck, any part of the arm from fingers to shoulders. And then the recognized WRULD condition include carpal tunnel syndrome and tendinopathies. So see here, the WRULDs are carpal tunnel syndrome, telosinovitis, tendinitis, peritendinitis, epicondylitis, and then the trigger finger. So these are all the after effects faced because of this WRULDs. Okay, work-related upper limb disorders. So let's look on to one by one. What is what? Okay. First thing, carpal tunnel syndrome. So the condition, carpal tunnel syndrome is a condition where the medial nerve that passes. So you can see here, like through the carpal tunnel in the wrist. So inside the wrist area, it will be painful. Okay. So the ligament in the wrist becomes enlarged, often from inflammation, and that causes the pain. So that is called as the carpal tunnel syndrome. Okay. Next is tendinopathies. So tendinopathies in the sense is a tendinopathies is the inflammation at the wrist again. Okay. So symptoms include pain and swelling, usually near when the tendon attaches to the bone. So nearby to the bone, nearby to the wrist bone and the hand. So that area specifically goes with a swelling part, and that is called as the tendinopathies. Tendinitis involves inflammation of a tendon, the fibrous cord that attaches muscle to bone. So it usually affects only one part of the body at a time and lasts a short time. However, in some cases, it involves tissues that are continuously irritated. So it may result from an injury, activity, or exercise that repeats the same movement. So epicondylitis, especially for the forearm, trigger finger. Most of all, you can see the trigger finger actually comes whenever there is a, what is it called? Like especially for the areas or cases where you are lifting something heavily, and at that moment your only one finger gets triggered. Okay, and that is a painful condition that affects the tendon in the hand, which may involve one or more fingers, usually in the dominant hand. So it will just trigger it, like same as the Spider-Man releasing its web. So you will be also facing the same thing, but here it's a different scenario because of the pain. Okay. So next, control measures to avoid or minimize the risk. So based upon the task, same as the previous thing. Okay. The first thing, based upon the task, based upon the environment, and based upon the equipment that I am using. Okay. So task. So including user requirements, adjustability, matching the workplace to individual needs of workers are the task. Okay. So basically the duration of the task has to be decreased. Okay, first thing that has to be done is the duration of the task to be decreased, and then the environment including lighting level or glare and temperature, and then the equipment including user requirements, adjustability, matching the workplace to individual needs of workers. So that is for the equipment. So control measures to avoid or minimize the risk. Task. Anyone who repeatedly use their hands, arms and back may develop musculoskeletal disorder. Keyboard operators, workers on factory assembly lines, okay, and then agricultural workers, musicians, dressmakers, packing workers, bricklayers, and then checkout operators, cleaners, everyone becomes as the task oriented, okay. Next is repetitive activities, like based upon the task we were talking, right? So task comes with the repetitive activities. So repetitive activities in the sense the keyboard operators, the people, those who are working continuously with the keyboard. So keyboard operators may make many thousands of movements an hour by using their fingers. So we are not fully proficient. Many of the movements will be centered on a small number of fingers. Assembly of small components. So many light assembly tasks have a high risk of causing WRULD. So typical high risk tasks are those related to the repetitive assembly task. For example, bakers kneading dough, and then cashiers handling coins, and then the packing items into a folding lid cardboard box. So these are some examples of the repetitive activities done. So next, WRULD caused by conveyor work repetitive twisting. So examples of repetitive activities, bricklayering. So you know that like it's like a daily wage. Okay. So bricklayers, those who are undergoing through that activity, they have a system like they'll follow whenever like they are paid based upon the total amount of bricks that they have layered. Okay. So that's how their payment system works. So bricklayers, plaster joiners, electricians, and also the others as well. So now let's look on to the concept analysis theory. So basically, the bricking. So many building site trades are associated with WRULT. Plasters, joiners, electricians, and bricklayers are commonly affected. Next is checkout operators. So checkout operators involve a large number of lifting and tackling movements, right? So the item is frequently held at an extended distance for the body from the body and involves a large variety of sizes, shapes, and weights of subject. So the pace of work can be particularly high when working at peak times. Okay, so repetitive task. So we are all so since the topic we are talking about the repetitive task itself. Okay, so next checkout operators. The task it's related to the work related upper limb disorder factor. So for example, a task is repetitive in nature if the same series of operators are repeated in a short period of time, such as 10 or more times per minute. Repetitive task requires the same movement to be made, like using the same muscle groups. If this repetitive movement is carried out for more and more period in the sense, definitely it could affect the muscles and also the ligaments. Okay, so for example, the best example is if I am dipping a brick inside the water. Okay. So if it is not inside the water, and if I'm asking you to just lift that brick, in the sense, it will be very easy for you to lift the brick, right? But now in this case, it's inside the water. Okay. So because it's present inside the water, I'm asking you to lift the brick for 1 or 2 seconds, it will be easy. But what if I am asking you to lift it continuously uh, for like 5 minutes or 60, even 60 seconds? 60 seconds falls hard for you, right? Why? Because I'm continuously giving the stress to the muscles there. So that's why the task here is somewhat hard to do. So that is for the repetitive. Okay. So let's look on next. Task duration. So the length of time in each shift and the number of working days the task is performed. So reduce the effect of the duration of the task to help to avoid or minimize WRULD by such thing as develop a work or rest regime that provides sufficient time for recovery. Share a high risk task among a team by rotating workers between tasks. Introduce short frequent breaks for the task, but not necessarily a rest. And then allow workers a short period to get accustomed so that this WRULD would be like not 100% stop, but a kind of like it could be reduced. That's all. Okay. So control measures to avoid or minimize the risk. Task posture. So awkward posture and fixed posture. There is a total 2 types of the posture. So see here, this is the difference between the awkward posture and the fixed posture. So awkward posture, first of all, it's like a person who is dragging on the materials. So that is the awkward posture, and then there is the fixed posture. Fixed posture means I'm continuously like awkward posture, even like 5 or 6 seconds. If I'm working that, then something may happen. Fixed posture in the sense a person who is like an electrician who is changing the ceiling bulbs for 2, 3 floors. For him, the posture is the same as well as it's a good posture, but still chances are there to get the WRULD injury. So control measures to avoid or minimize risk. Environment. Working in extremes of temperature will make doing simple tasks more fatiguing. So in cold environments, the circulation of blood to muscles is impaired and maximizing the strength. Okay. So cold hands can also result in reduced sensation and more muscle force being needed to hold tools and materials. So cold hands can also result in reduced sensation and more muscle force being needed to hold. Okay. When conducting tasks in high temperature, it can cause workers to sweat, which may cause their hands become slippery and sweat and make it difficult to them to handle things. So this is based upon the environment. Let's go on with the lighting. So the lighting a requirement, basically like you need to follow the lux meters. Okay. So basically for the lux meters, no, like especially whenever I am whenever I am involved in this lighting conditions, for those lighting conditions, it will be coming with like 600, around 600 lux. I need to like within like 600 at least minimum range is at least I need to work with the light intensity of a 600 lux. Okay. So if I'm not working in that light condition, in the sense chances are there I could reduce my power. Okay. So that is for the environment. Equipment, in the sense equipment may be usually like unduly heavy or not designed to take account of different size, shape or strength of workers. So objects and attachments may act as obstacles, causing the worker to reach over or round them. So where a workstation has confined space for the worker's legs, this can cause poor posture as well. So that is for the equipment. So in managing the risk from WRULDS, a number of changes may need to be made. An ergonomic solution should be given first consideration. So this means matching the workplace work equipment and the work to the individual needs of the worker, rather than making the worker adapt to fit the workplace, more work equipment and work undertaken. So equipment design should therefore take into account the ergonomic requirement of the worker, and where possible, allow the worker to adjust any settings to suit their needs. For example, setting a workbench height adjustment, adjusting the height of the computer screen. So that is for the watching the workplace to individual needs. So matching the workplace to individual needs. The study of ergonomics basically is essential to good job design. Okay. So for in order to make a good job design, the study of ergonomics is very essential nowadays. Okay. Why? Because of this posture, or else because of the non-clear posture, this creates the work pattern as well as the workflow in a different way. Okay. So see here, matching the workplace to individual needs such as gender, height, weight, age, level of fitness, all these things comes under this ergonomic conditions. Okay. So first thing there comes with the display screen equipment, DSE. So display screen equipment includes both conventional display screens and those used in the latest technologies such as laptops, like for the laptops we are using, right? So main risk arising because of this display screen equipment is WRULD is the main effect. Okay, WRULD is the main effect. So risks are often low, but can still be significant in good practice is not followed. So like not like diarrhea or it's like it does not comes with the symptoms. But for example, if I need to jump, even like 1 or 1.5 meters from the top. So even for that jumping, I my back will be severely paining, and that's how this ergonomic affects me. So risk or ill health issues, WRULDS. So eye strain, back pain, and other MSDs, and then fatigue and stress. So back pain and other MSTs in the sense associated with sitting in a fixed position, perhaps with your posture and for a long period of time. Fatigue and stress in the sense associated with the type of not of work being done. Example, call center staff may be subjected to verbal abuse during the telephone calls. So that is for the display screen equipment DSC. Okay. So display screen equipment control measures are carry out a workstation assessment of the user's workstation. So I just want to just carry out a general thing. Provide basic DSC workstation equipment that meets minimum standards in terms of good ergonomic design. Plan the user's work routine so that they can take short frequent breaks. Provide DSC users with a free eye test and if required spectacles for screen use, and then provide information and training to users on the potential health risks of DSC use and the preventive measures, in particular ergonomic use of the workstation. So this is for the display screen equipment control measures. So good ergonomics of DSC workstation, you can see top of screen at eye level, wrist support if required, desk about 70 centimeter high, footrest if required, chair with adjustable seat height, and then the forearms roughly horizontal. So DSC user or workstation assessment, see 50 to 70 centimeter to screen. Sitting eyesight should be in this order, seat height plus sitting elbow height. நேரா மதுரை இப்படி போயிட்டான். அங்க மேல ஃபுட் புக்னு அவன் நோட் வேற திறக்கிறான். ஃபுட் புக் கேலிக்கெட்டிங் ஃபுட் புக் இல்ல, அது மாதிரி நோட் புக்கா ஃபுட் புக் என்னன்னு தெரியல. ரெஸ்டாரண்ட் மாதிரி சாவடிச்சு எல்லாமே பறக்குறது, ஓடுறது, பாயறது, வாங்குறது, பீஃப் ரொட்டி ஃபுல் ஆயிடுச்சு. நைட்டு 9 மணிக்கு வந்து மட்டை ஆயிட்டேன். ஃபுல் சாப்பாடு போ எங்க ப்ரோ ஜிம் போகல, இந்த ஐவர் கூடி போயிட்டேன். இன்னும் கிளம்பல சாப்பிட்டு எவ்வளவுதான் பண்ணாலும் நான் யோசிச்சிருக்கேன் பண்றது மெயிரோடு பண்ண முடியுது வந்தால. ஆனா அவங்க லேடிஸ் வந்து ரொம்ப மக்களத்தையும் ஒரு கையெழுத்தா கொடுக்கணும். எப்படிதான் என்னதான் யோசிச்சு சமைக்கிறாங்க, எப்படி அடுத்த நாள் என்ன சமைக்குதுன்னு உங்களுக்கு யோசனை வருதா? எனக்கு வரவே வரைய இது ஒரு ஷெட்யூல் மாதிரி வச்சிருவாங்க அவங்க. கரெக்டா டாஸ்க் பண்ண மாட்டேங்குது நினைக்கிறேன். காலேஜ் பண்ணிடுறாங்க, அதுதான் ஒரு ஸ்பெஷலு. தெரியுதா என்ன காலையில இன்னைக்கு சாப்பாடு இல்லை சாப்பிடலாம். நீங்க ஏன் வெளியே வா? இல்ல இல்ல நான் கொண்டு வந்திருக்கேன். நாளைக்கு நம்ம வெளியே போவோம். நாளைக்கு வெளியே படம் போ. நாளைக்கு ஃப்ரைடே வா. நான் படம் நல்லாவே நல்லா இருக்கு. நல்லா நம்ம நம்ம ஊர் ஸ்டைல இந்த இன்ஸ்டாகிராம் முசப்போட கடை ப்ரோ, ஒரு பொண்ணு திறந்திருக்கா, பயங்கரமா கேரளா டிஷ், சான்ஸே இல்லை ப்ரோ. கேரளா டிஷ்னா சாப்பாடு, பீஃப், அது மாதிரி நெய் சோறு, கீ ரைஸ், பீஃப் கறி, ஸ்டூ இதெல்லாம் பண்றான். ரொம்ப கம்மி, 12 ரூபா 13 ரூபா தான். ரொம்ப கம்மி வச்சிருக்காங்க. நான் உங்களுக்கு இருக்கேன்னு சொல்றேன். இதான் ரீல்ஸ் ரீல்ஸ் ஈரல் ஈரல் ரீல்ஸ். Good ergonomics. Okay, so we'll carry on. Okay, so good ergonomics at a DSC workstation. For laptops, so most of all, we need to allow the short duration use. For long durations, apply the same management approach of workstation assessment, frequent breaks, eye test, information, and training. So provide a docking station or separate screen, keyboards, and mouse to a more adjustable configuration. Manual handling hazards and control measures. So the lifting, canning, pushing and pulling of a load. Okay. Manual handling, the lifting, carrying, pushing, and pulling of a load by bodily force. That is for the manual handling. So see here. So back injury, the spine is made up of individual bones that we all know. So basically, this type of injury is perhaps the most serious of all manual handling. Like whenever I'm doing the manual handling, because of my irregular shape and else irregular position, I am able to face this manual handling problems. Okay. So tendon and ligament injuries, muscle injuries, hernias. So these are all the things. Tendon and ligament in the sense, especially for wherever the bone gets joints. Okay. Muscle injuries in the sense for the inner muscles, it gets cramps. Okay. Hernias in the sense when the sheath muscle that surrounds the gut is overloaded, it can distort and tear. So sheath muscle, especially at the corners, like what is it called, like for the cross elbows, there I will be able to face this hernias. So work related upper limb disorder in the sense chronic soft tissues injuries to the arms, wrist and hands. Cut, burns, dislocation, and broken bones in the sense physical injury may result if the load is hot, sharp, or dropped on the feet. So that is the common types of manual handling injuries. And then accessing manual handling risk factors to consider are the load, the individual, the task, and the environment. So same thing. So previously also for the WRULDS we have seen the same thing. Now for the manual handling also the same thing. Okay. So the load, the individual, the load in the sense focus onto the load and then bring handled. Plus, second thing, the individual focus is on the worker carrying out the handling activity. The task focus here in is on the movements required of the worker as they handle the load. The environment in the sense focus here is on the environment in which the handling takes place. So next is assessment of manual handling risk. The load, weight, heavy, size, bulky, shape different to difficult to grasp, rigidity, contents liable to shift, and then the outside surface sharp, stability of contents unstable, other hazards hot or cold. So for this comes with the load. The individual capabilities in the sense the consideration should be given to their state of health, their age, any pre-existing health conditions or individuals from vulnerable groups such as the pregnant woman. Next is about the task. The consideration should be given to tasks that require access of equipment from storage, tasks that require frequent bending, twisting, and reaching actions, tasks where work routines create increased risk of manual handling injury. So this is for the task. The environment, lighting, ventilation, obstacles, height of work surface, temperature, floor conditions, and the spaces available. Next is for the manual handling controls. Avoid or minimizing manual handling controls. Simple hierarchy of controls are eliminate the minimal manual handling. So first thing, eliminate it completely. So automation or mechanization of the handling activity will be done. And then automation in the sense by using by the use of conveyors, belt conveyors, screw conveyors. There is a lot of conveyors plus the forklift like lifting equipments. Okay, so simple hierarchy of controls. Use handle aids, trolleys, barrel lifts, gin, wheel, trucks, hoists, and lifts. So mechanical aids you can see here. So simple hierarchy of controls. Modify the task, load or equipment environment. Okay, so the task in the sense frequent rest breaks or job rotation. Eliminate stopping and twisting. The load in the sense break down a heavy load into smaller parts, attach the handles. The environment, rearrange the workspace to allow more space, supply additional lighting level at uneven grounds. Okay. Ensure individual capabilities are matching to the activity or not. So this is the biomechanical aids. So before lifting, check the weight C of G and stability of the load. Plan the route of the carry and then establish a firm grip. So this is for the efficient movement principles. Efficient movement principles, the lift. So first of all, bend your knees and then grasp to the load. Lift, lift by using the ground force. Okay, and then avoid twisting, overreaching, and jerking. And then setting down. So use the same principle as when lifting. Maintain a good balancing, and then get the load down, and then adjust its position using the body weight. So basic lifting principles are shown here. So lifting techniques using kinetic handling principles. The basic principles are: think before lifting or handling, keep the load close to the waist, and then adapt a stable position, get a good hold of the load, start in a good posture, do not flex the back any further while lifting, avoid twisting the back or leaning sideways, keep the head up when handling, move smoothly, do not lift or handle more than can be easily managed, put the load down, then adjust its position. That's all what you need to do while you are lifting any kinetic principles. So see. So hazards for manual operating load handling equipments are manual handling, instability, moving up, poor parking, like maneuvering, lowering the load, like these are all the things that could possibly hazard whenever you are using any lifting equipment. Okay. So precautions for safe use of manually operated equipment, avoidance of uneven ground and shapes. So use of ramps over steps, observing the safe working load limits, securing the load, using the brake, care when moving, safe parking and storage, routine inspection and maintenance, use of safe shoes or boots. So safety shoes or boots are to be used as a precautions. So people hoist and handling aids, patient hoist. So previously, like there is two types. One is small handling aids, and then there is the patient hoist also. So the people, those who are affordable, they'll be using this hoist. So hoist is lifted by operating a manual crank handle. So hoist only be used by trained personnel, and the safe working load of the hoist should be exceeded. And then the lifting equipment of this type should be inspected regularly to ensure it remains in a good working order or not. So this is for the patient hoist. Small handling aids in the sense such as slide sheets and transfer boards used to assist the transfer of patients. The slide sheet is placed beneath the patient and the person is pulled over the slide onto the bed. So this is the different thing. Like basically they'll be using just to shift the beds, like change of the beds. So that is for the slide sheets. And then there is the wheelchair. So a form of handling aid. Wheelchairs help in the movement of people through they can be though they can be powered, like most wheelchairs are powered also, like remote control also. Some of them are just used by pulling itself. So mechanically operated load handling equipment that comes with the forklift trucks, hoists, conveyors, and the cranes. So mechanically operated load handling equipment, forklift truck hazards are overturn of the truck, fall of the load, striking of pedestrians, fall or entrapment of a person riding on the forks, and then fall from loading dock. So this is the forklift truck hazards. So what is the precautionary measures? Only the trained operator must be there. Maintenance has to be done. Never use like the for lifting the people. The forklift has not to be used. Same as you can see in the picture. They are using it to lift the person. Observing side speed limits. Never traveling with the forks raised. Never traveling with obstructed vision. So these are all the precautionary measures that you can use while driving the forklift. So basically, what are all the types of forklifts? Like three types. One is battery, diesel, and the liquid petroleum gas. So different forklifts comes with different types of hazards. Okay. So first thing, let's go with the battery. So battery, there is a sulfuric acid present inside the battery, right? So charging batteries emit hydrogen gas. First of all, hydrogen gas will be coming out whenever you are charging the batteries. Battery contain dilute sulfuric acid, which is corrosive. These are extremely heavy. So while placing the batteries, you need to be precautious while placing the batteries also. And then the electricity can cause arcing. And then battery contents are an environment hazard. Running very quiet, battery lids are can short and result in burning and electric shock. So these are all the effects of the what is it like hazards of the battery focus. So what is the precaution I can do? So precautions are, first of all, batteries must be replaced or charged in a well ventilated area. Okay, because of the hydrogen gas, even though if it emits, because it is a ventilated area, it will just circulate through the air. No problem for it. So sulfuric acid should only be handled when wearing appropriate PPE. Battery handling should be mechanized. The electrical risk may require the use of insulated tools and gloves. So forklift diesel powered trucks hazards are dermatitis caused by contact of diesel with the skin, diesel spills, and then large spills, exhaust fumes are toxic. Those hazards associated with the bulk storage of diesel comes as the forklift diesel powered trucks. So forklift diesel powered trucks precautions should only be used in a well ventilated area. Spill kits should be available. Gloves should be worn when handling the diesel. Next, hazards of the LPG powered trucks. LPG is a explosive gas. Exhaust fumes are toxic. LPG cylinders are heavy and present a manual handling risk during charging. So those hazards associated with the storage of replacement cylinders or bulk storage of LPG forms this forklift hazards. So mechanical operated load handling equipment comes with LPG powered precautions. So precautions are to be used in a well ventilated area, same thing. Because LPG especially emits the carbon monoxide, spare cylinders should be stored in a secure, safe, well ventilated location. Okay. So let's go for the prayer break. Okay. Come back after 1 hour. Come back at 2 o'clock. Oh, sorry. Yes, 2 o'clock as per Pakistani time. Okay. So you can have your prayer breaks now.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
It's a beef. It's a beef.
Itu untuk gede bro biru. Kita biru.
Hello, sir.
Hello, Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon.
Hello, guys, good afternoon. So we shall now
Good afternoon.
continue with the hoist. Okay.
Good afternoon, sir.
So I have a doubt. Means one of the guy just messaged me to send the password and for this one Nebosh
What password?
username and password.
Okay.
I think he just asked me, please share the current password you made. Like I need to send him or not?
No, why should you send him? No, no need to send him.
Okay, one of the guys asking me.
No need to send anyone.
Okay, thank you.
Like if he is your coordinator, then it's okay. If not, just like a student, then no need to send anything. Okay.
No, I think I don't know. It's like coordinator. It's from ICRQ. Its profile is like safety and healthy consultancy.
Okay.
So I need to send or not? No, no.
No need. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Just ask his
He,
name.
he's telling that we need the password, so it will be easier for us to upload the paper on the time of submission.
Which paper?
I don't know. He just asked me.
No, can you tell me who is your coordinator?
My
Yeah,
Ashif.
Asif, right?
Yes.
But this guy is not Asif, right?
I think no. It's from my number.
Okay. Different number, right?
Yes.
Okay.
That's why I just confused. That's why I am asking
No,
you because
better you
we
do
share
one
this.
thing. Take the screenshot and then send to Mr. Asif. So he will tell whether if that is because Asif is having like a total of 5 members under him for working.
Okay.
So if it is from their team, then it's okay, it's fine. If not, then no need. Okay.
Okay. I should.
Yeah. Okay, so we shall now continue with the hoist. Okay, so hoist main hazards are falling objects, being struck by the load, and then becoming entangled in moving parts, moving from heights. So you know what is the hoist, right? So basically, hoists are also same like an elevator, but the purpose or else the usage is in a different variation. So most of all, it will be used for the construction plus mining activities. Okay, so at that places, this hoist will be used. So what is the precaution? Because it is a mechanically operated thing, right? So what is the precautions for it? So the basic precautions for it is ensuring that the hoist or lift is suitable for its intended use. First of all, I need to know whether it is suitable for my use or not. And then preventing the people like those who are unauthorized plus their access is not granted, they are not to be entered inside. Okay. And then preventing the people from gaining access and then ensuring that all safety devices, the brakes are all good or not. And then what is it like routine inspection, like maintenance. Okay, like regular maintenance is to be done. It's very important for this. And then like providing the information, instruction, and training, and also like those who are like especially not approved, plus those who are not getting the access in the sense they should not enter to the zone. That's the thing mainly that we need to look onto this mechanically operated load equipment machines. So lifting hoist, conveyors, all of this comes with the mechanically operated machines. So now conveyors. So the main hazards of conveyors are contact in running nip points. Fingers might be drawn into the moving parts, and then the entanglement, especially for the loose clothing, might become entangled with rotating parts. Falling objects, material falling off the conveyor, and then like manual handling, tapping. So these are all the conveyor hazards. Now, how to precautions? Like first of all, whenever you are like the main precautions are registered. Okay, so first of all, whenever you are operating nearby this conveyors, always we need to know is the guarding, whether the guarding like toe guarding or else the side guarding is all present or not. First of all, I need to check that. Second thing is any nip points or else entanglement points are to be taken care for. And then the PPEs that I am wearing, it should not be loose nearby the conveyors. Okay. And then the barriers should be provided. Fitting guards underneath overhead conveyors has to be provided. And then information, instruction, and training for the operators need to be done. Provision of defect reporting system plus maintenance only by the authorized personnel for the spot is required for this mechanically operated conveyor. Okay. So conveyors, there are a total of three types. Like there is a lots and lots of types of conveyors, but for now we'll just look into these three: belt, roller, and then screw conveyor. So transport materials, so belt conveyor, like most of all the three conveyors are operating through the same, like it's just conveying the materials, right? So transporting materials comes as the major scope. So transport materials on a moving belt. So drawing in trapping points are created between the belt and the rotating conveyors, drums, and any intermediate rollers. So head and tail drums create the main disc Guards are fitted to enclose the slides. So there is a types of conveyors, roller, and then there is the screw conveyor. So roller conveyor, most of all, you might have seen this roller conveyor, especially in the
Of the influence of exposure to workers. Okay.
just excuse me guys because it connection is distorted here now.
You were asked to comment on how air and water may have reached their duties on perception of the health and safety of work of 1974. So for the answers you gave, for number one, in this connection, ILO R 164 stipulates that the employer has to be aware of the type and volume of the work. Number two, the officers not contain to provide safe. So how do you think both of these might have contributed to that?
Recording in progress.
Last question. Thank you for joining today's strategy one of the speakers. We wish
Recording in progress.
you need not thank you.
Okay, so about the types of conveyors we are seeing, right? So roller conveyor. So roller conveyor, most of all you might have seen this roller types of conveyor in the airports, especially the belt conveyor and the roller conveyor. You can see it in front of the airports also. Okay, so what basically there will be the ball bearing. Okay, and then some of the like in the airports, it's not like a motor driven, but the motor driven conveyors will be used for the belt conveyors. Okay, but for the roller conveyors, it will be just like a normal one only. Even. So rollers, yeah, screw. So types of conveyors, screw or bone conveyors push material forward by a rotating screw action, can cause severe injuries, should be guarded at all times. Locking of systems should be fitted for maintenance and the repairs as well. So this all things comes as the types for the conveyor. Okay. So for the next, it's screw. So screw conveyor, most of all for the powder type of conveying, especially for the paste or else like powder type of form things has to be conveyed through certain conveyors, right? Definitely. So screw conveyor stands here as the prioritization area. Okay. So screw conveyor, screw or bone conveyors push materials forward by a rotating screw action, can cause severe injuries, should be guarded at all times. Locking of system should be fitted for maintenance and repairs. So this is for the screw conveyors.
20. Thousand three. Where?
So belt conveyor guard and then the screw conveyor guarding circle. Okay. So belt conveyor uh, actually comes with two types and also the screw conveyor guardings. Okay. So however, the guardings has to be placed. Why? Because chances are there for any of the entanglement. Okay. So where this belt conveyor, screw conveyor will be used mostly is for the manufacturing industries. Okay, for the manufacturing industries, these types of conveyors will be used in the majority, like major purpose. So mechanically operated load handling equipment, mobile crane, main hazards are the crane collapsing or toppling over, the arm of the crane sticking against other structures being during movement, and then the load falling, the load striking against objects or people, and then contact with live overhead cables. So these are all the mechanically operated load handling equipment hazards. Okay.
Closer to the camera. Keep the ID closer to the camera.
Next, mechanically operated load handling equipment, factors that might make a mobile crane unstable or topple over. The first factor is overloading and lifting. Okay. Second factor is while driving while lifting, like driving while the load is already present. Okay. And then failure to use the outriggers, use the crane in high winds, and then extended the jib of the crane too far out of the weight being lifted, and then the structural failure of parts. Okay, so this is the factors that might make a mobile crane unstable and topple over. So mobile crane precautions are ensure that the load to be fitted is within the safe lifting capacity of the crane, and then carefully sitting the crane on even stable ground if in a safe position away from the structure or overheads, and then checking that the crane has been maintained and has a certificate. So most of all this, like inspection, it's the basic category or it's the requirement for operating any type of the machines, right? So that's what I'm checking here. And then mechanically operated load handling equipment such as mobile crane inspection like precautions are checking that there are no obstructions such as building or overhead lines, and then checking weather conditions and obeying any manufacturer's recommendation about maximum wind speed, lifting the load as close to the ground as possible, and then using the PPE such as hard hats, and then using the signs to warn to the operations and exclusion of personnel from the area.
Explain the two things why they are important. Number one, the workers should be given proper training. Number two, employees should be able to report their concern to health here. Can you explain why each of these is important?
Next is the tower crane. So see here, crane operations. So basically it comes with the hook, right? So for the hook, you can see here, check for wear, check for cracking or twisting. And again, you need to check for wear. Wear means what? Basically, all the metal has a range of elasticity, right? So while it reaches its elastic zone, or else whenever it's hanging, like wherever the point of the connections are made, na, at that spot, especially you can see the small minute cracks develop. Okay, so those small minute cracks develop is basically because of the wear. Okay, so check operations of safety catch and then check for distortion, whether there is any distortion or not. I will be checking that. So requirement for periodic examination of lifting equipment. Before it is used for the first time, like you need to check whether the safety equipment is placed or not. And then the cycle for this lifting equipment checking should be periodically, maybe like 6 months once, annually once, at least once or 6 months. If it is inspected in the sense, it gives you the good symbol that yes, the equipment has been well inspected and ready to use. So after an event that may be affected its strength and stability also.
Why? Why?
Frequency of periodic inspections. Okay, frequency of periodic examinations. So will typically be every 12 months where it is not used to carry people, every 6 months where it is used to carry people, and every 6 months for lifting accessories. So this should be the frequency of the examinations. So by this, the element number 6 also comes to an end. Okay, musculoskeletal.
So, of your video.
Next is element number 7, chemical and biological agents. So,
Let's go to the next question. Okay. The next one is obligations of employers to workers. So for task 5, you were asked to comment on how F and W may have reached their duties under Section of the Health and Safety at Work Act 1974.
just it's only this one. They asked.
Same before.
Unfortunately, the workers were not paid properly. So how do you think both of these might have contributed? Can you hear me properly?
Okay, so the 7th element, chemical and the biological agents. So, chemical and biological agents is somewhat like a little big topic. Okay, however, so here what are all the things that we'll be able to learn is outline the forms of classifications of health and safety exposure for hazardous substances like chemical hazard, biological hazard. So what are all those hazards we will be getting to know here. Plus we will be also outlining what hazard could it possibly give to me. Okay. So explain the use and limitations of occupational exposure limits. Outline control measures that should be used to reduce the risk. Plus outline the hazard risk and controls associated. Outline the basic requirements related to the safe handling and storage of waste. So all these things will be the topic here. Okay.
Now, now,
Okay, so these are all the learning outcomes that we'll be looking for the element number 7. Okay, so hazardous substance, first thing. For the hazardous substances, introduction. So exposure to chemical and biological hazards can cause like different types. One is immediate health risk and then even physical risk. So two risks will be obtained to it. So health risk related to carbon monoxide gas can cause asphyxiation plus the physical injury in the sense corrosive skin burn from the sulfuric acid. So both either I can get immediate skin health risk or else like physical injury or else I can get even both. Okay, so exposure can also have long-term health effects such as like the lead poisoning, like same as the radiation, as I told, like making bald All these things comes as a long-term exposure, right? So same as like that, you can also face same for the chemical. Okay. So in some instances will not be apparent until years after the exposure that caused them. Example, lung cancer caused by the asbestos. So chemical agents take many forms: solids, liquids, gases, dust, fibers, fumes, smoke, mist, vapor. All these things comes as the chemical agents. Okay.
The field, bird,
Excuse me, and we, you know,
twenty, 2012, 26, which one? 20 June, um, class, in the subject, globally. So, class two, including able and health globally. So you ask how health and safety individuals could be good and health globally. The answers you gave were number one, verbal communication. Number two, public announcement. Yeah. So can you explain why each of these is important? And more than it. The next one would be organizational factors. So for class six, you were asked what organizational factors might have negatively influenced health and safety at death and globally. So two of the answers you gave, number one, the FD of the health and globally World Center has a negative attitude towards health and safety. Number two, he believes that money is better spent elsewhere, especially when you look at it. So how do you think both of these might have contributed to that?
Okay. So chemical agents take many forms: solid, liquid, gases, dust, fiber, fumes, smoke, mist, and vapor. So basically, forms of chemical agents comes with solid, that is like like what is it called, okay, like powder. Okay, so powdery in structure, it is called as the solid chemicals. Okay, so reduction in particle size, particularly when it becomes a dust, that can become airborne. So most of all airborne diseases, especially because of the dust fumes, is because of the solid forms of chemical agent. Liquids in the sense, substances that are liquid at normal temperatures and pressure, definite volume but no fixed shape, free flowing fluid. That is about the liquid. Okay, liquid forms of chemical agent. Now, gases and dust. Dust is also involved with the solid. Okay, so gases are formless fluid usually produced by chemical process, involves combustion of or interaction of chemical substances. Example includes chlorine gas, carbon monoxide, methane. So dust, solid airborne particles often created by operations such as grinding, crushing, milling, sanding, demolition. So all these things comes as the forms of chemical agents, gas and dust, also dust. So forms of chemical agents, fibers. So fibers, like based upon the asbestos, most of all asbestos fibers, cotton fibers, mineral wool fibers. So all these things are the fibers. So it's actually a airborne. So especially wherever there is a insulation materials are most of all made of this chemical agents only. Okay. So forms of chemical agent comes with the fumes and mist and vapor. So fumes, while doing the welding operation, the fumes will be released.
These prevent future accidents. These two things. Number one is safety to people of the body. Number two is cleaning and sanitation of the body. How they will prevent future accidents.
So fumes are solid airborne particles like welding fume and then the lead fume. Mist, finely dispersed liquid droplets suspended in the air. For example, mist with the water pressure washer, and then the paint spray, pesticide, oil. So all these things comes as the mist. So especially while spraying, you can see at the edge, like at the side of the, only at the spot it is spraying the paint. But the other side, if you are seeing, you can feel the small drizzles. Okay, even if it is raining, for the next place, you can still see the mist. So that is like see and feel the mist also. So that is the effect of mist. So forms of chemical agent, vapor, gaseous form of a material normally encountered in liquid or solid states at normal room temperature and pressure is called as the vapor. So vapors typically released from solvents. For example, trichloroethylene release vapor when container holding it is opened, plus vapor given off by acetone solvent. So this is for the vapor. forms of biological agent, fungi, bacteria, and viruses. Fungi, a variety of organisms that act in a parasitic manner, feeding on organic matter. Most are harmless or beneficial to health, but some can cause harm to humans and may be fatal. So, an example is the mold from rotten hay gourd. Aspergilla, which causes
Hello, sir. Hello,
aspergillosis.
sir.
Yeah,
Sir, I cannot see the PDF. It's
okay.
now, it's fumes missed.
Sorry,
Okay, thank
fungi.
you.
Okay,
Thank
okay.
you, thank
Okay. So fungi. Okay. So fungi in the sense like because of the aspergilla. So like runner like athletic feet. There is one what is it called? Like there is one disease. Not a disease actually. It's like an infection. Plus the people, especially like home workers, though those who are continuously sitting on with the water, washing the clothes or else washing the dishes. Okay, so for those people, like ringworms, it will be forming. Okay, so that is the infections that is caused by the fungus. Okay, so occurs deep in the lungs in the alveolar region where the exchange of oxygen and carbon dioxide takes place. It also, if it is inhaled, this fungi, it creates that thing and that is called as the farmer's lung. So leads to shortness of breath, which gets progressive worse at each exposure. Aspergilla can also cause short-term effects on irritation to the eyes, nose, and also coughing. So some of them are getting confused with this, especially when there is a so some of them are especially confusing with the sinus problem actually. Okay, but it's not sinus, it's actually the fungi. So mold aspergillosis. See here in the picture. So aspergillosis with its characteristic chain of spores emerging from the head. So molds from the same family can cause ringworm and athlete's foot. So bacteria are single cell organisms. Most are harmless to humans.
Just stop it. Just hold on, please.
This.
Hello, brother Saleh. Saleh Chaudhary, how are you?
Fine, fine. How are you?
I am fine. Amir is here. I want to know you
Okay.
are here, UAE or Pakistan?
UAE.
UAE, okay, I am also here.
You are in
So,
UAE?
yeah, I am also in UAE.
Okay, where?
How's everything?
Oh, it's good. What about you?
Okay, fine, Alhamdulillah. On duty and
Same,
joining the
right?
class. Where you work? Okay, Boston.
Now Abu Dhabi.
Okay. Sir is come back maybe later.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, guys. Yeah. So let's complete this bacteria at least about this agents, and I'll pack it up because I'm still getting lots and lots of calls again and again. Anyways, let's complete this one topic. So bacteria we were talking about. So bacteria are single cell organisms. So basically only two left. One fungi finished, bacteria and virus. So bacteria are single cell organisms, but same as for the viruses as well. But for the bacteria specifications, especially that there is a good bacteria as well as there is the bad bacteria as well. Because our body, human body usually requires certain good bacteria, you know that, right? Especially for opposing any new imposters. Like for example, if you have gone through corona, then you have understood. So the even the tablets that we are taking now, it consists of some certain good bacteria. So most are harmless to humans and many are beneficial as well. So some bacteria causes diseases actually. Okay. So harmful bacteria are Leptospira, Bacillus anthracis, and then Legionella pneumophila. So Wells disease, anthrax, Legionnaires disease, likewise, it causes the further on diseases. So this is the Legionella pneumophilia. So virus, smallest known type of the infectious agent. So they invade the cells of other organisms, which they take over, and where they make copies of themselves, and then it just transfer. So major examples of viruses are hepatitis virus, HIV, right? HIV, and then the AIDS, like human immunodeficiency virus (HIV), which causes acquired immunodeficiency syndrome (AIDS), hepatitis, which can cause liver damage. So, and then there is a lots and lots of viruses example, especially now we have suffered the COVID virus as well. So, viruses, hepatitis C. Okay. So difference between acute and chronic health effect. So an acute effect in it is an immediate or rapidly produced adverse effect flowing a single or short-term exposure to an offended agent. To an offended agent, it will just flow through a single or else like a short term. So some examples are like carbon monoxide, and then level of oxygen in the blood causing fainting. So most of all will be somewhat like fainted, right? Like some of the time you would have observed that you will be experiencing the partial seizures, and then some of the times even because of the heat stress we are somewhat fainted, right? So those are all the acute effects. Okay, chronic effects means it is like a for the years, like it's like a prolonged duration and it lasts for years, especially the sinus disease. Like there will be a fat, or I don't know, especially it arises nearby to your nose bone, and the symptoms are like you will be sneezing continuously, coughing, like you will be having cold, fever, so all these things. Okay, so that is the chronic effect actually, like even because of the medication that I'm taking, but still it will just again and again and again reproduce until it gets a cure. So examples of chronic effects are lead or mercury poisoning, cancer, and asthma. So it's like a prolonged or a repeated exposure, and it stays for a number of years. Okay, so by this we'll close today's topic, okay, and we'll continue tomorrow from page number 21. That is health hazard classification.
Okay, sir.
Okay,
Thanks.
sir.
Okay.
Sir, I have one question.
Yeah.
For Friday tomorrow, we have a different schedule of classes or same schedule?
Same schedule,
9 to
because
2.
now I'm giving you the same prayer break, right? Like 12 o'clock to 1
Okay,
o'clock. Yeah. So same schedule will be followed. Okay.
fine. And Saturday, Sunday also same? Or there is any break?
Yeah, Saturday will be the class, but Sunday there is no class.
Sunday no class.
Yeah.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Have a great day.
Okay. Have a great
Yes.
The Friday, sir. What?
About the Friday, because I think in UAE there is a holiday on Friday.
No, it's not a holiday.
Okay, okay, then we will join the class.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Safety procedures and protocols. Number two, cleaning and sanitary. These tasks